4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. doing?
Good question. What news group were you part of?
The Associated Press.
Ah, cool. Thank you.
What, is you guys all one family?
Yeah.
Where y'all in town from?
We're coming from Long Island, the Stony Brook area.
What are your last names?
Dennehy, D-E-N-N-E-H-Y. Yep.
And what's your name?
I'm Jack.
Jack. What's your brother's name?
Chris.
Yes. And your parents?
My mom is Melissa, and then my dad is Mike.
And how old are you and your brother?
I have 13 and he is 9.
Photographer of the bunch?
Yeah.
You got real lens on there, that's good.
Yeah.
It's all about the glass, that's good.
Uh-huh.
And you're from Stony Brook?
Yeah, Stony Brook area.
Thanks so much, appreciate it.
Thank you. Wait, so where can I find you? Where can I see those photos? Where can I find those photos?
Well, I don't know if they'll use them or not. I'm going to put them in our, we've got people all over the country. So if you just Google Associated Press Niágara, maybe you'll see
Alright.
pop up.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Robert, do you want me to break off and go down? Or do you want me to wait for her potentially to come to us? Robert, can you hear me? I can hear you. I'm tethered to the Ethernet. So I think we're gonna have to hope she does a stop by. For some reason my app here is saying no TK, no TK. Hey, I don't know what's up. I'm tethered to the internet. No, changes these So have you had this thing? Alright, I'm going to disconnect from comms and try to reconnect and see if it I guess he works for the office, huh? It's not like New York City where you just work for the mayor.
Well, actually, I'm not sure. In White Space, White's from Buffalo, White's from Buffalo. His wife is the head of PR for
around the U.S. in Eagle Pass and Mesquite, Texas, Hot Springs, Arkansas, Carbondale, Illinois, Cleveland, Ohio, and along the U.S.-Canada border at Niagara Falls. So have close-up views of the sun from Time and Date and NASA. And we're here today in Mesquite, Texas, just on the outskirts of Dallas for the city's Eclipse watch party. And yesterday we already met a few eclipse chasers who drove down from as far as Portland, Oregon. So the excitement is palpable, and it's all just vibes and hopeful attitudes here from both Texans and visitors alike. Now, if you're joining us on the YouTubes, please hop on the live stream chat. Tell us where you're tuning in from, what you're curious about, any solar eclipse moments you're looking forward to. We would love to hear from you. Rain or shine, the AP will be here to bring you some excellent conversations and all the action across the path of totality. With that said, let's take a quick peek at what the scene across the continent is looking like. All right. It looks like we're still waiting for some of the feed, but I will tell you here in Mesquite, Texas, we have had non-stop clouds, and you know what? Oh, we're done. We're out. Experiencing totality. Okay, we're on hold. All right, we're going to have a look at Mazatlan, Mexico to see how the spectators are faring down there.
Otro método que puede ser muy obvio, aunque tengan los lentes solares comunes más polarizados y lo que quieran, no se les ocurra voltear a ver con ellos porque va a ser de las últimas veces que van a voltear. Entonces, abrir el sol y yo no quiero eso. Entonces también lentes solares, no, mejor si alguien al lado tiene unos visores, si ustedes no tienen y se los pueden prestar, también hay que ser solidarios y hay que prestarlos para que también todos podamos disfrutar este fenómeno.
También no se pueden utilizar radiografías o rollos fotográficos, tampoco son métodos seguros.
Y por último, espejos de agua. Sí, antes y muchas veces justamente se observaban en espejos de agua porque, pues obviamente por la desinformación, hasta luego los noticieros decían que era seguro. Son métodos no seguros. El único método seguro, ¿cuál es?
Los lentes, exacto. Los lentes, ¿qué lentes? Los certificados, exactamente. Ya todos tienen sus lentes, levanten sus lentes.
Levanten los visores. Bien.
Bueno, también les quiero recordar que la Sociedad Astronómica Mazatleca es como la sociedad que nos está recibiendo en la casa. Entonces, también quiero contarles qué otras sociedades están aquí, porque muchos de ellos.
Hello again, everybody. Now, joining me to talk about the top stories for today's solar eclipse, plus all things space, is AP aerospace reporter Marcia Dunn. Marcia, welcome.
Oh, I'm so excited to be here, Kyle.
First of all, weather is on everybody's minds today. We've certainly had major shifts even just this morning to now here in where we are in Texas. So tell us, what is the most up-to-date forecast across the path of totality at the moment?
Well, everything's looking good so far in Mexico. Texas is socked in, although that's changing in places like right here. I'm seeing more blue sky. Looks like Arkansas is got a really good clear sky right now. Clouds up as it heads up toward Lake Erie, northern New Hampshire, Vermont, Maine looking really good in Canada. So mixed bag, but we still have time for the sky to clear.
That's fantastic to hear. Now, the U.S. did see an eclipse in 2017, a total solar eclipse in 2017, and now we're experiencing this again. Now, can you tell us a little bit why this one feels special, or is it special?
Oh, this one's special. It's going over a lot more people, major cities, Dallas, Indianapolis, Cleveland. So more people on the path of totality this time. Also, I think 2017 got everybody revved up. I mean, it's just been the talk of the town. And then last fall, we had a Ring of Fire solar eclipse across the U.S. West. So I think all of this is just really getting people more interested in the sun, the moon, and everything.
That's amazing. Now, there are many captivating celestial events going on all the time, from lunar eclipses to now solar eclipses, rings of fire. Why is a solar eclipse, specifically a total solar eclipse, so special?
Well, you know, this is the only place in our solar system where even a total solar eclipse occurs. So very rare, happens every couple years here, usually at the bottom of the world where there are fewer people. But for the moon to totally cover up the sun is unique to our planet. So, and who knows other solar systems, who knows what else is happening out there, but this is the only one that we know of, and so I think that just makes everyone so thrilled.
And just like really quickly, what are some of the next total eclipses that people can look forward to?
Well, in 26 and 27, we're going to have to cross the Atlantic. Everyone's going to have to be on the either Greenland, Iceland, parts of Spain, Northern Africa. Those are going to be some really good ones coming up. So
that's in 2026, isn't it?
Yeah, 26 followed by 27 in Northern Africa, Morocco, Egypt, if you want to catch the pyramids at the same time. So those are really going to be good ones. But the next coast-to-coast U.S. eclipse, you're going to have to wait to 2045.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Marcia. That is all the time that we have for now, because we have an exciting guest to speak to over in Canada. So we're going to throw it over for a chat with a Canadian astronaut.
Year 138. Time to join us. Just to tell me a little bit about what we could hopefully expect to see today.
So obviously we'd love to be able to see the sun and the moon passing in front of the sun. Looks like the clouds are going to stop us from seeing that, but we are going to experience totality here regardless. It's going to become nighttime. I've never seen a total solar eclipse, so I'm excited to experience it myself. But speaking with other people, I think we're still going to see some of the cool effects where the lighting is going to change here. It's going to get very dark, but as we approach and get into totality, look at the colors. Different colors are going to show up differently. We may see different lighting effects on the ground. Observe the environment, see what nature does. How does nature react in this moment? It's going to throw them off a little bit. So these are the things I'll be watching for, even if we can't see the sun because of the clouds.
That's going to be pretty exciting. You're an astronaut and you are looking for this. That says something about it, huh?
Oh, it's a unique experience in my lifetime. First time I see it, for sure. I think it's just a fun experience to get outside together, have some community, talk about science, how it affects our lives. I think it's a really important conversation today for people to understand that science is nothing more than us just trying to understand what is fact, what is fiction. We don't have all the answers yet. Part of science is asking the question and then trying to finally get to a conclusion. Science is something to be embraced, and it's important for our future here on the planet.
And science is a big part of what happens next year for you. Talk to us about what happens for you next year.
So I feel very fortunate. About a year ago, I was assigned with the Artemis II crew. We're going to fly a new rocket, the Space Launch System, the Orion capsule. First time we put humans on this, and the crew and I, it's Reed Wiseman, Christina Cook, Victor Glover. We're going to, 3 Americans, 1 Canadian, and we're going to take that capsule, fly it around the moon, and bring it back, get it ready for future Artemis missions where humanity will walk on the moon once again. And we're doing this as an international collaboration, which is an extraordinary example for the world right now.
You mentioned that hope eventually we go back to the moon. Every little bit counts in this.
Oh yeah.
Right? It takes public support. You see behind you, this is public support, right? Talk about how important that is, that people kind of get behind going back to exploring space.
the overall sentiment that the crew and I have felt since we announced the Artemis 2 mission has just been overwhelmingly positive. People are inspired by exploration. I meet young Canadians and Americans all the time, and they are fired up. They want to know how they're going to be able to participate in exploration in the future. And I think there is more of a common understanding now that when we push ourselves in places like space exploration, the benefits do ripple back down to our lives here on the planet. Even today with this eclipse, you know, we're going to leverage this opportunity, NASA, Canadian Space Agency, to study this. We'll learn new things about space weather, which affects how we're communicating right now. And so there's just, science is something to be embraced, but also just to remind our children that we, as a global population, can do extraordinary things when we set big goals and we come together to accomplish them.
Well, I'm going to throw to our colleague Kyle down south. Hopefully he has a better view of these clouds and maybe gets to see it entirely. But I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us, and we'll go back to Texas.
Yes, wonderful. Happy eclipse, everyone.
So there are so many exciting things happening today, not just for the people across the path of totality. That's just a narrow band, you know, across North America. So much of North America is actually experiencing a partial eclipse right now. And you know what? There are so many experiments, like for example, if you have household items like a colander or a cheese grater, you can, if you're underneath some partial eclipses, take a look how strange the shadows are at the moment. So here in Mazatlan, it's kind of hard to see, but here in Mazatlan, all right, up above us, you know, as the clouds are clearing up, we're starting to see the partiality, and it's impacting, you know, the way that shadows are being cast on the ground. And it's kind of hard to see here, but if you take a look at the shadow cast by the cheese grater that I've got on my hand, it's actually reflecting the eclipse. It looks like a shadow, you know, the moon is taking a bite out of the sun. So, you know, there's so much to do here. We're not just waiting for totality. We're really being excited about all of the things that everybody around the country can do at home safely and enjoy it with their friends, families, and so much more. All right. And with that, we're also at the moment, this is a testament to how fast weather moves in Texas. For example, just this morning it was completely clouded over with low-hanging clouds, you know, sort of not the ideal thing. Just a few meters behind us, a couple of blocks behind us, clouds are covering, but then the sun keeps speaking out. So, you know, there's just so much high hopes here, and we'll see how it goes. And that's probably happening all across North America right now. Lots of positive vibes. And so with that, let's take a look at how the rest of North America is preparing for their moment with the solar eclipse. Hello and welcome back here in Mesquite, Texas. Joining me now to dive into Solar Eclipse 101 is Leslie Barnhill, science educator at the Mesquite Planetarium. Welcome, Leslie.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Nice to have you. So tell us first, about the 4 phases of the eclipse. What are people looking forward to? What can they pay attention to?
Okay, well, there are 4 to 5 phases of the eclipse. We actually call them contacts. The first contact is when the moon comes in contact with the sun. That's when you start to see the moon's black disk come in front of the sun, and it's actually happening right now here in Mesquite. The second contact, or the second phase, is right before totality, and that's when the moon is almost completely in front of the sun, and you can see some really fantastic things like Bailey's beads, which are little beads of light coming from outside of the moon, as well as a diamond ring. And these are all little pieces of light that are coming from the sun through the moon's uneven surface with all the craters. So wherever the sun's coming in, we've got craters on the moon, and they are creating these beads or this diamond. And that happens right during second contact. Then is totality, when it's completely dark, hopefully, if skies are clear, and that here is going to last a little bit over 4 minutes. And then our third contact is when it's similar to the second contact. It's when the moon starts to move away from the sun, and you may have the opportunity to see those Bailey's beads and that diamond ring. And then finally, the last 4th contact is when the moon is completely away from the sun, and it's over.
It's over. And we're expecting that to be about 3 hours total for most places, right?
Correct, yes. And we've got some clear skies, and we've already seen first contact, so I'm fingers crossed.
For those in the path of totality where there's a break in cloud cover or are lucky enough to have clearer skies, what can they expect of their experience?
In totality, if we have completely clear skies, we can see some amazing things. First of all, the whole sky is going to darken to not just cloud cover, but completely night. With a cool thing that I have yet to see is a 360-degree sunset. So where usually we see a sunset on one side of the Earth when the sun goes down, since the eclipse happens, we should see a sunset around the whole horizon wherever you're at. That's if clear skies. If we do have clear skies, we should be able to see some of the sun's corona, which is the atmosphere around the sun, and that's right at totality. We should be able to see 2 of the 7 other planets in the sky. Most of the planets will be out, but 2 should be visible, and that's going to be Jupiter, that's going to be to the left of the solar eclipse, and then Venus, which is going to be to the right of the solar eclipse. Also, we should be able to see the comet. If you have a magnified filtered view, like binoculars with a proper filter on it, you'll see a comet that's going to be close to Jupiter. It's called 12P, and some people are calling it the Devil's Comet or the Mother of Dragons. Exciting. And then also there's some stars and some constellations that clear skies you might be able to see. The Orion main stars, Betelgeuse and Rigel. You might be able to see Aldebaran, which is part of the Taurus constellation, as well as Capella, which is part of the Auriga constellation, which is the goat herder, which I think is kind of cool.
Oh my God, that's phenomenal. I feel like you'd be really lucky if you were stood next to an amateur astronomer or any educator near you. So if you're in a place where you're watching with a watch party, go find the scientists in the space, the educators. They've got a lot to share. Now, I know that there's a lot of scientific words being thrown around. Can you just share what is the difference between what is called a penumbra and the umbra?
Okay, the penumbra and the umbra, they are different parts of a shadow. And since the solar eclipse is dealing with 3 spheres, you've got the sun, the moon, and the earth. All of them are rotating. All of them are orbiting. We're pretty much primarily looking at the moon and the sun orbiting. The shadow cast, the darkest shadow cast, is called the umbra, and that's the shadow that will give you a total solar eclipse. A penumbra is a little bit more diffused. You got a little bit of light, but it is still a dark shadow, and that'll give you a partial solar eclipse.
What's cool about this, a total solar eclipse, is the umbra has to actually, the tip of the shadow has to hit the Earth, and that usually only happens when the moon is close enough to the Earth, because the moon's orbit is not a complete circle. Sometimes it's a little bit closer to it, sometimes it's a little bit further. So that's why we're going to see a total solar eclipse, and it's going to be longer.
So I've also heard that because the moon is closer, is it because it's closer to the planet or further away from the planet that we're getting a longer time of totality than in 2017?
Yes, it's because it's a little bit closer to it. It's called, it's in its perigee, which means it's closer. Its apogee means it's further. And an apogee will give you an annular eclipse, which we had back in October. But it is just, it's close enough for that tip to hit Earth, and it's even a little bit more closer to have our path wider and giving us the longer totality.
And now, any last words about safety? Because I know everyone's been talking about how important safety when viewing the eclipse is, not just during totality, but especially wherever you are where you're seeing partial eclipses. So any words?
Yes, please, please, please wear your glasses when it is not a total solar eclipse. I tend to be on the safe side just because I have some older eyes and I want to save my eyes. You have the potential to have temporary or permanent blindness if you stare at the sun, even during the partial part of the eclipse. And it could cause things like blindness, it could cause things like distorted view, or even color changes. If you have any of those during this eclipse, please go see your eye doctor, because it's very important. You can take your glasses off during totality, but I kind of err on the side of caution. Wait until it is completely totality. If you're in the path of totality, you know the time. So go by your watch, wait a couple of seconds after it starts, and plenty of seconds before, put your glasses back on so you don't run that risk. Okay.
Great. Thank you so much for joining us,
Thanks,
Leslie.
Kyle. Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, folks. We've got some. We have a lot of people already looking up at the eclipse because the sun is peeking out. Seriously, the weather here is just changing moment by moment, so we really don't know what's going to happen next. There's a lot of things to look forward to, but especially right now in Mazatlan, they're really closing in on the moment of totality. And you know what? It's the very first spot on North America, on the continent, where the umbra, the moon's shadow, is touching down. So we want to give you a special chance to take a look at it. Just listen to the experience of folks watching on the ground. So we'll come back after that. But for now, please enjoy the view from Mazatlan, Mexico.
Sigan proyectando sombras, sigan sintiendo, sigan teniendo atención a los detalles, a lo que está pasando. Esas nubes probablemente esperemos que se puedan retirar en el momento en que ocurra la totalidad. ¿Sí? Hay unos fenómenos muy interesantes con la atmósfera, porque va a pasar que la luna va a bloquear al sol y al bajar la temperatura puede ser que esas nubes se disipen. ¿Vale? No es absolutamente seguro, pero vamos a ver. Okay, estamos cerca. Sientan el eclipse. Ya casi. Ok, los vamos a dejar. Muchas gracias por escuchar a los astrónomos. Vamos a pedir que estén atentos a lo que va a seguir a continuación. Estamos cerca, faltan 7 minutos para la totalidad. ¿Preparados? Ya casi, ya casi.
All right, folks, the weather might be iffy in many parts of North America today, but if you're lucky to have clear skies or a break in the clouds, there are some fun activities you can do at home to safely experience the partial and total solar eclipse. Now, here with me is Julie Greer, one of Mesquite's volunteer educators, to show us ways we can view the eclipse if you don't have eclipse glasses. So, welcome, Julie.
Hi, thank you.
So why don't you show us a little bit of the demos that people can do at home?
Okay, so one of the fun things, if you happen to be able to stand under a tree, you can look through the branches and you'll see the shadow and the different phases of the eclipse through the branches. So that's an easy one, and we're lucky enough that the sun is coming out. One of the other things that we've put together is a punch card, and you can hold it with the sun at your back on a shadow, and you can see the phases of the eclipse. Even though you see a square, a circle, and a triangle, when the sun is actually shining through it with the phases, you'll see the phases on the ground or on your, even on your hand. So you can, it's really neat to see the different phases through that.
So these are really handy, especially for young kids who, you know, can't really wear the glasses perfectly on their faces,
Yes,
right?
Yeah, so that's one of the main things, is you don't want to look into the sun. So even most houses have a colander, so you can even show a colander on the ground, again with the sun at your back, and you can see, yeah, you can see the phases through the holes in the colander. So one of the fun things that we've been doing at our booth is actually making a pinhole viewer, and it's super simple with cardboard, foil, and so you cut the view part of it and you fold the foil over it. This is so easy. And then you take a toothpick. Sorry.
It's live TV, folks.
And then you just poke a hole in through the foil.
Just a small hole.
Just a small hole, a round hole, and again you'll see the shadow of the eclipse on the paper, on the cardboard.
That's fantastic. What are like things that you know, like this is one of my favorite activities, like looking at the shadows. What gadgets at home can people like pull out of their kitchen or anything else?
So a cereal box, you can make a pinhole viewer out of a cereal box. I actually pulled this one off my refrigerator this morning. So, and again, you do it the same way with poking a hole in it and holding it up to the sun so you can see the shadow on the ground. We've got the tree branches is a good one. And the colander is an easy one to pull out of your kitchen.
Okay, how are you feeling about the weather here in Texas today?
I am so excited that the sun is coming out. It's a little bit humid, but we're used to that in Texas. We have every little, phase of the weather, but the sun is out, so people are starting to look up. It's really fun to see the different faces already.
And as an educator, how are you feeling about people's reactions to the eclipse, to the science, to the things that they can do?
It's been really fun. We've been talking about how the animals are going to react, and is it safe to leave your dogs outside, and how the birds are going to quit chirping because they think it's nighttime. And so it's been fun to Google and research some of that.
What has been like the biggest question people typically ask of you?
A lot of them are, why can't I just look up the sun? Why can't they, and so you get a sunburn if you sit out in the sun too long. So imagine looking directly at the sun with your eyes and the damage that it can do to your retinas. And it's not even something that you'll notice right away. It may be something that you notice a day or two later that you sunburned your eyes.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Julie, for joining us. We really appreciate it. And now I think we're going to throw it back to the views in Mazatlan and maybe elsewhere around the country. So.
Ok, 2 minutos para la rivalidad.
Ustedes son los turistas de Colombia, ¿verdad? No. Mira, tú eres la colombiana. Después te voy a hacer una pregunta.
no es estrella, es un planeta. ¿Lo vieron? Otro más. A la izquierda. Miren el horizonte. Vean cómo parece que amanece y todo el horizonte está iluminado.
Espectáculo absoluto de la naturaleza. Vine a hacer una pasantía de investigación y me siento feliz de esta experiencia maravillosa. Tengo 39 años. Investigación con la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México, con la doctora Ana Carolina Desde. Bueno, así. ¿De qué? ¿Para dónde vas?
Espérate, creo que no salió nada.
Karen Ibarra.
Karen Ibarra, con E latina.
Con E latina.
¿Qué estás haciendo en México?
Estoy haciendo una pasantía de investigación en la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México con la doctora Ana Carolina Desde. Soy investigadora científica del Marca. Estoy alucinando en el
¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué está pasando?
Ay, wow, que estamos de día, pero de noche también. Dos momentos en simultáneo, espectacular. Ver el anillo de diamantes es lo máximo.
Muchas gracias.
Bueno, a vos.
15 segundos para el fin de la totalidad. Hay que dejar de mirar cuando yo les dé la señal.
Una pequeña mordidita, si no, el puntito todavía se está desplazando y empieza a verse el anillo de fuego.
¡Se acaba la totalidad!
Nos colocamos los lentes, ya no se puede observar el sol.
Ok, ahora continúa la segunda parcialidad. De aquí y hasta las 12:32 vamos a tener el fenómeno inverso. La luna se va a ir retirando hasta que a las 12:32 volvamos a tener el mismo sol de todos los días, el eclipse haya terminado y tengamos que esperar otros 3 siglos para volver a presenciar esto. Muchas gracias a todos.
All right. Oh my gosh, folks, have you seen that? Did you see, you know, the eclipse touching down on Mazatlan all day today, this morning? Just the earliest forecasts were cloudy and potentially rainy, and just then you could see just how quickly the weather changes, you know, just in time for that moment of totality. And even after totality, that moment when you know, the diamond effect came in through, the Bailey's beads were peeking through, like, it just is so exciting, and I am living vicariously through them right now as the clouds start to cast a shadow on us instead of the moon. But you know what? There's just so much more excitement to be had, because we're going to head over to Carbondale, Illinois. Again, the weather's been so changeable throughout the path of totality, but sometimes, look, you just never know, right? Total solar eclipses happen every few years or so, especially like where you know, it's usually on somewhere else like the South Pacific. So this is a really special thing that we are hitting so many people around this North America, this continent. So you know what? We're going to head over to hear more from a citizen scientist setting up their solar eclipse experiments out in Carbondale, Illinois. Let's take a look.
Eclipse Broadcasting Initiative, and it's a joint venture between NASA and Southern Illinois University here in Carbondale, Illinois.
What is your role in the study? What are you doing as a citizen scientist?
Well, you said it. I'm a citizen scientist. I was recruited. I'm an alumni here from Southern Illinois University, and they contacted me prior to the annular eclipse, which we had last October, and asked me to record that from my home in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I kept the equipment, and then they asked if I might join them here in Carbondale. So I drove 2.5 days from Santa Fe and ended up here with all of this gear that you see in front of me to capture data of the solar eclipse that's happening today.
Your background is in the motion picture industry. You do not have a background as a scientist. How did you end up doing this?
That's correct. I worked in the motion picture business for about 25 years, and so I know cameras, but I don't know telescopes. So when they sent all of this to me, I had never operated a telescope. I had never operated a mount like this. Certainly I've used a computer, but all of the software was new to me as well. So there was a bit of a learning curve. However, I think that my experience, and boy, the crowd is really getting into it right now. I hope you can hear me. There's a countdown going on. But all of my experience in the movie business did help, and it prepared me to really figure out how to work this gear and get the data that NASA needed.
What is it about your experience capturing the annular eclipse in October that caught your imagination and made you want to continue?
Well, it really was something else. I didn't know what to expect. I had never been through a total eclipse, totality, or annular. Annular, of course, is when the moon only covers a portion of the sun, not quite the entirety of the disk. And it still was a very interesting, some people say it's a magical time. The sky gets dark, obviously, but there in Santa Fe, a breeze came up. It got remarkably cooler. I had to put on a sweater. It was October anyway, but still, when the sun was covered up, it's amazing how much energy we lose here on the Earth when it's darkened like that. And we saw the effect of that. So I'm really looking forward to experiencing that here when the entire disk is obscured by the moon. This should be really cool to see in another half an hour, 45 minutes from now.
What exactly are you doing here? You're on the football sidelines. You got a bunch of cameras and telescopes. What exactly are you measuring?
Well, NASA's going to have to tell me what they're using my data for. I really don't quite know what they're doing with the special files that I'm capturing using this material here, this small telescope. There's a mono camera here that records in black and white. I do have my other gear here, my DSLR over here. I've got one behind me that's shooting a wide angle. I've got the stadium in the background for that, and I'm capturing different phases of the eclipse as it happens to that camera. So when I get home, I'm going to take my images here and from the other camera, and I'm going to put them through Photoshop, and I'm going to make a nice collage of that. And in addition to that, I'm going to download the data for NASA, send it back here to Bob Baer at SIU, who's overseeing the project for the university, and I'm going to have to rely on them to tell me what they find in the data that I collect. I'm not that smart.
What do you expect to experience during totality? I mean, this is new for all of us.
Yeah, it really is. I know it's going to get cold. I hope I can see my equipment to be able to operate it, because it's going to get very, very dark very quickly. For 4 minutes, we're going to be experiencing that. I hope that we can hear the environment around us. I hope that we can hear the birds come out and start chirping and behaving differently. That happened when I was in Santa Fe with the annular eclipse a little bit. So I'm expecting more of that, only amped up because of the totality event today.
Great, thank you so much, Robert Dennis, and let's enjoy some more pictures from the eclipse.
Very good, thank you.
Hello, everyone. We're excited to be joined by Javen Gonzalez, Mesquite representative, to tell us a bit about how things are feeling here in Texas. Javen, welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Yeah, and tell us a little bit about Mesquite, Texas.
So in Mesquite, we're known as the rodeo capital of Texas, so we sit just right outside of Dallas.
Okay, yeah. And how has being on the path of totality affected the community, local businesses? What were you feeling here?
So there's a lot of energy here in Mesquite, just from like a lot of local businesses, the volunteers downtown. They were really excited. We started planning for this a year ago, so we felt like the community is really well prepared for what's happening and all the visitors that we have.
And Mesquite and many other communities along the path of totality hosted full weekend-long eclipse festivities, and you guys were among those. How did you roll out the red carpet for, the local folks and the visitors?
Sure, so we actually kicked it off in the most Mesquite way we could. So it's the 66th annual rodeo parade happened here in Mesquite. So we have it every year, but this year it was solar eclipse themed. So that's kind of what kicked off the festivities. We met with all of our hotels. We offered them glasses. We had a lot of international visitors who reached out to us in advance, so we kind of prepared their vacation plans and where to go while they're here.
Where are some of the people coming in from?
We have people from Copenhagen, we have people from Spain, England, Mexico, several different states. So I just talked to some people from California and Arizona, so all over the place.
That's fantastic. So I've heard, like you said, that Mesquite is really well known for their rodeo. I'm wondering, how are you hoping to keep the momentum up, the energy and, the excitement up after the eclipse?
Well, and one of the reasons why we called our Eclipse Weekend the Solar Rodeo was to kind of go back into that, because we want this to have a positive impact on our community, not just for this weekend, but for the future. I know a lot of people who have been here have been talking about, we want to go to the rodeo now that we found out that you guys are the rodeo capital, and they've driven past the arena. So we're really hoping to capture those. We've been doing a lot of incentives to follow us on social media and come back.
And any like things that you're doing with like the schools or the students and things like that?
Yeah, so we've been working with our local school district here since the very beginning. They're one of our big partners on this. So they have prepared all schools, so all staff, all students will have classes for today. They have lesson plans ready for today, and so all the kids are going out and observing. I'm sure they're out right now taking a look.
Were the schools closed today? It's Monday, or were they going on?
Schools are in session. Yeah, schools are in session here in Mesquite.
Any last thoughts? The weather, it keeps changing minute by minute. You're seeing it live there. Clouds are coming in, clouds are parting. We don't know what we're going to expect in 20 minutes. Any thoughts or any words of encouragement for everybody else who are also on the path of totality, possibly experiencing the same thing?
Good vibes. It's been blowing here off and on. The clouds have broken away and it gets really sunny and the clouds come back. So we're hoping that here in the next 20 minutes it's clear.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Javen. And I hope you know, things look up.
Thank you.
So we are going to have a look at all of the events that are still going on across Mexico, the U.S., and Canada. So stay tuned, take a look at our feed. If you need to find out about the latest updates and stories from around the country, you gotta go to apnews.com. Check it out. We have a live blog telling folks, you know, everything that's happening and all the weather updates, traffic updates. Earlier today, I saw there was already a standstill heading up towards the New England, so the northeast of the U.S. So if you want the latest updates, go to apnews.com. And we're going to continue taking a look around the country to see what's going on, how people are faring, and maybe we'll be lucky, just like Mazatlan, where the clouds will part just at the right moment. So we'll see. We've got high hopes here. at Eagle Pass, Texas right now, the border city on the border of Mexico and the U.S. And you know what? It's been cloudy, but people are experiencing totality, and they're excited, and they're just having such a phenomenal time. You can hear the excitement. In our feed, we're seeing a live view also of the Eclipse feed from NASA, looking at the view from Russellville, Arkansas. There's just so much excitement and hope. So you know what, even if it's cloudy, you might just get to experience it anyway. The darkness and totality is just absolutely palpable. And even here where we are in Mesquite, Texas, everyone's just waiting. It's waiting. The clouds keep popping in and out. So, you know, there's just nothing quite like it.
Can you use the filter with that?
folks, here in Mesquite, Texas, it is incredible. The skies have cleared up a little bit. The clouds have parted just in time for, we have 3-4 minutes left to totality. Everyone around us have quieted down. All of the solar eclipse glasses are on faces. We're just here waiting. We are waiting for the moment. I think we'll actually get to experience this. It is so close. We have 2 minutes left. Now is the time. If you can, start looking down on the ground. If you're experiencing totality, notice what the shadow bandings look like. We've got clouds peeking through, but you never know. You never know if you'll get the chance to experience the weird shadow patterns. Take a look at trees near you. As totality is closing in, it's almost time. You guys, this is incredible. It's just slivers of the sun. And just in time, peeking behind the clouds. There is still a bit of cloud cover here, and it just so happens this one cloud is just choosing to obscure a little bit of the sun, but it keeps peeking through, which adds to so much excitement on the ground. I gotta say, this is kind of reminding me of the final moments of the Super Bowl here. Just the tension is palpable. People are just waiting on edge to see and experience totality if it can happen. But the fact that through the clouds and despite the weather forecasts, we are experiencing this, it is something else, you guys. We are moments away from totality here in Mesquite, Texas. Everyone is just looking straight up. If you happen to be looking on the screen at everybody else who's wearing reds, blues, greens, and colorful clothes, now is the time to notice the Purkinje effect. When colors are just changing, the temperature here on the ground is much cooler. All of a sudden, we are seeing the tiniest sliver of the sun peeking behind the moon. I am actually getting emotional, you guys. This is incredible. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is totality here. Everybody just counted down together. Cameras are up, everybody's looking up, just experiencing this together. There are children, there are grandparents here all together. I am emotional. I can see a planet on the sky. I am crying and I can't help it, you guys. This is phenomenal. I wish Laura, our VJ behind us, could actually take a look, because you gotta come out from behind the camera, Laura, please. But we can see a planet just to the side, and even though it's peeking straight behind the clouds, we are seeing it so clearly. We were lucky that we had high clouds here today. Just as this moment, it's absolutely darkness out here. It is incredible. There are folks taking photos with their cameras. They're not really going to get the ideal thing, but like now during totality, we're going to get 4 whole minutes of this, 4 minutes and 8 seconds. People can take selfies safely just at this moment of totality. And it is incredible. Like the solar activity right now is near its peak, and just from the ground, we are seeing how powerful the corona is peeking through from behind the moon. It is just something else, you guys. And I gotta say, for all of the drama of the weather forecast today, the clouds have made it absolutely spectacular. It's just something else. I hope you all get a chance to experience it at home in the future, if you're lucky enough to afford it, for it to come to you directly. But it is just nothing I've ever experienced before. Yeah, let me grab somebody. Hold on. We're gonna try and get an interview with people out here because this is something else, you guys. So we're just waiting to see if we can chat with somebody briefly. Right now I'm looking around. It is darkness. It is so cool. The temperature has definitely dropped. We're not hearing much when it comes to crickets or anything. There weren't a lot of bugs near us, probably because it's so busy. But oh my gosh. And we have someone here joining us who is part of Totality and smartly enough wore green against my red, so you can see and test out the Purkinje effect for yourself. Please tell me your name.
Melody.
Melody, and where were you coming from? Are you local? Or?
No, Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City. How is this experience for you?
This is very exciting. My husband went to the one that was in Kansas. I didn't go, so I came with him this time, and it's once in a lifetime kind of thing. It's very different than what I had anticipated.
Yeah. Anything that stood out for you right now in this moment? I mean, the clouds are just in and out all day.
That made it more of a community thing. We were all cheering for the clouds to move, and every time there was a gap in the clouds, there was a cheer. But just when it got to totality, it was very, it was awe-inspiring. Just the ring around it and how it kind of had gaseous features around it. It was just very interesting.
Was it anything like you expected? How is it different from what other people have told you about it?
I had the correct expectation as far as when the eclipse was occurring, but the actual total eclipse, that was different for me. I hadn't anticipated the ring and the gaseous effect of the ring around it.
The corona, the sun's corona. Tell me your name one more time.
Melody.
Melody, thank you so much, and please keep enjoying the rest of our 2 minutes. It's already peeking out. Folks, it looks like the diamond effect might be coming through, or there's a little bit of light. It's a little confusing because of the cloud cover, but it's starting to get bright. You can see the difference right now in the light. It's just complete darkness earlier. It just felt like it was nighttime, and even with the clouds, you still feel it. And so, for everyone else still waiting for the totality to come to them, hold out hope. It could still be this good. Can I interview you? We've got one more person to interview here. Who's a worker? Are we good? All right. Tell me your name.
I'm Brittany Guareca.
Brittany, welcome, and tell us how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling super, I mean, this is cool. Like, I have no words. Honestly, I've never seen this before. Like, I've never experienced an eclipse before. And the fact that I'm working and I am able to be out here and with my family and, you know, actually getting to see this in person, it's crazy. Yes, like I couldn't miss out on this.
How long did you know that this was happening? You're from Texas, you're from Mesquite.
I'm from Mesquite. Yes, well, I'm from Dallas. I actually went to school here in Mesquite. So I didn't know that, you know, Mesquite was going to be one of the best views of the eclipse from the whole. I was just like, oh my God, I can't believe it. And then I saw that people were traveling out here and I'm like, dang, like, I've never expected this to happen in Mesquite, you know, because we're a small town. I mean, we're growing, right? But like, we're a small town outside of Dallas. And I mean, it's crazy. We had people come out and get coffee and they're like, yeah, we're from the UK. Like, people were coming from all over, like, just to see the eclipse.
So how did you feel emotionally at that moment of totality?
I felt like this was so, I mean, I had my kids with me, so then I was like, hey guys, like, look up. And then they were like, wow, this actually exists. Like, we see it on the books, we see it, you know, and TV and everything, but we never see it live. So that was crazy. Like, I felt, yeah, that's God's creation. I love it. I love it. Yes.
What's your name?
José. José,
Spanish.
Spanish, yes.
¿Y qué tal? ¿Cómo fue?
No, bien, todo bien, gracias a Dios, estuvo muy bonito, una experiencia, pues, ¿verdad? Con toda la familia y, pues, trabajando. Vendiendo chilaquiles, ¿ok? Los mejores, ¿ok?
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, folks. Gracias. All right, folks, totality's here. We are heading over to keep chasing the umbra, keep chasing that moon shadow, and now we're going to toss it over to Hot Springs, Arkansas to see how things are faring. They've had good forecasts this morning, so crossing fingers for them. Joining me now to talk about some eclipses and exoplanets and the universe's NASA JPL ambassador and exoplanet researcher, Dr. Anjali Tripathi. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Kyle. So excited to be here with you and see totality together.
We just experienced totality together and you were here with your parents. Tell us, how did that feel?
It's amazing to get to see the whole world change and to get to see the corona, which you never get to do otherwise.
Yeah, it was really strong today, and we even got to see a few planets nearby.
You could see Venus bright and clear. Amazing.
So tell us how your research has to do with exoplanets. How does today's phenomena have anything to do with that?
I mean, in the same way that you can watch the sun get dark, we can watch other stars get dark when objects pass in front of them. And it turns out when planets like Mercury or Venus make the sun a little dimmer, we can see this for distant stars and use it to find the planets that are around them. And so we found thousands of exoplanets, or planets outside the solar system, using this method.
So actually, you bring up a really good point in that total solar eclipses present an incredible moment for science experiments. As a matter of fact, didn't a 1919 eclipse make Albert Einstein famous?
In 1919, looking at the total solar eclipse, they were actually able to look at stars near the sun that you otherwise wouldn't see when there's sunlight and actually check Einstein's theory of general relativity. So it's amazing the science you can do both to study our atmosphere, the sun, and understanding all of space.
And final takeaway before we head out to see more of the eclipse, what do you want people to pay attention to as they're viewing it today?
How do you feel, right? All of the changes, it's not just what you see, the temperature, the people around you, the animals around you, and really sense everything, even if you have a magic bracelet with UV beads.
Thank you so much, and we will throw it back to our views across North America of the total solar eclipse. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
much bigger than the USA.
see anything?
No. Let's go.
All right, folks, we're back with maybe one of my favorite topics of the day, animals and eclipses. We're being joined now, or we will be shortly, from Fort Worth Zoo with Adam Hartstone Rose of North Carolina State University. So we're just waiting to get a chance to talk to them about what things look like at the Fort Worth Zoo. Hello, Adam. How's it going?
It's going great. This has been an amazing day at the zoo.
So it looks like it's a little bit sunnier now. It's kind of the same here in Mesquite, Texas. We're kind of on the opposite ends of Dallas. How was the weather earlier during totality for you?
The weather was pretty good. So there were scattered clouds, but during totality, I think that most of us had a magical view of the eclipse.
So
the animals here did great things. In previous eclipses, and especially our team did some research in 2017 at a different field, and most of the animals moved towards where they're put away for the evening, but some of the animals seemed very anxious during totality. We actually had kind of a different response here. While most of the animals did go towards their evening shift, the animals remained relatively calm. Some of them seemed a little bit confused, like did somebody forget to put us inside? But in general, like everybody was really well adjusted. Nobody was doing sort of bonkers behavior. The most amazing behavior was some of the animals that really didn't move very much at all during totality. They definitely looked around for their shifts and thinking like, I really need to go inside now.
So, were there animals that were the same in your 2017 study and this one, or were they all kind of different? Can you tell us a little bit about, what was the same and what was different with your experiment this time?
We watched a lot of the same species. For instance, we watched a great group of gorillas in 2017, and we watched a fantastic group here at the Fort Worth Zoo. And they had a relatively similar experience. In 2017, they all moved towards their shift door. Everyone seems to be a little extra vigilant, but not really stressed out. The biggest difference was in our experiences, prior experiences, everybody who watched giraffes during totality saw them galloping. And here at Fort Worth, the giraffe herd remained relatively calm. Maybe their evening shift area, but nobody seemed super stressed out.
How did you decide to start studying this research question about animals and their reactions to totality?
It was really an accidental thing. I was a professor at the University of South Carolina and affiliated with the Riverbank Zoo, both of which were on the path of totality in 2017. And we kept getting questions from the public about what do animals do during eclipses. And the truth is that we didn't know very much. We still don't know that much, but because of this lack of data, we decided to do a big study. And it turns out our study in 2017 was the largest study of animal behavior during an eclipse. And in basically all of those intervening years, there was sort of an observation of one species here and one species here, but nothing really comprehensive. So we did that comprehensive study in 2017. And here we came to try to confirm a lot of these findings and discover new stuff as well.
What is next for you and your team? Any other eclipse chasing plans coming up?
Prior to 2017, I actually wasn't interested in eclipses at all. I was kind of almost jaded for activity.
That's so great to hear. Adam, thank you so much for joining us. I'm so glad that the sun peeked through and gave you a little something. I mean, we were also on edge here waiting for that. So, kudos and good luck with all of your research. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. It was an extraordinary day at the zoo.
right, folks. This has been such an incredible day. Thank you so much for joining me here with AP's live stream. It has been nonstop ups and downs with this weather, and then moments of excitement, even all across, the path of totality from Mexico all the way. And now we're still waiting to see what happens up in New England, from Mexico all the way. And now we're still waiting to see what happens up in New England and Canada. But again, thank you so much for joining us for AP's live stream of the 2024 North American Total Solar Eclipse. We have so many more stories that are coming for you, so please make sure to visit apnews.com and apnews.com/science to get the latest updates on all things for us. I am Kyle Marion, and it's been my honor to bring you the total solar eclipse today. And thank you again one more time to our AP VJs, video journalists, our reporters, and our photographers all across North America, bringing you all the stories of the total solar eclipse. So have a fantastic day, everybody.